everyone. Let me know in the chat if you can hear me. Welcome to another week of streaming, another week of focused work, and a week to get things done. Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me? Let me know in the chat. Can anyone hear me? Hello, hello. Hi, hello. Can anyone hear me? That is strange. Can anyone hear me? Please let me know in the chat if you can hear me. I'm trying to fix this. Hi, Maulila. Happy New Week. I hope you can hear me. I just want to confirm that. Can you hear me? Ooh, okay. All right, great. Thank you. So I am doing great. I'm really doing great. All right. Glad to hear that you can hear me. Thank you. Anne, welcome, Anne. All right, thank you, Anne. So I think today is probably the first time I'm seeing chats from Anne. You're welcome to joining us. Um, yeah. So how was the weekend? How was the weekend? For me, it was really great. I had a good weekend with all the nice places that I visited and all the fun that I had. Yeah. How was the weekend for you all? Yeah. Happy to hear, Marilena. Happy to hear that your weekend was amazing as well. I mean, it was the force was like it was really beautiful. Like, and it was some serious experience. Unfortunately, my pictures are on my phone and I'm using the phone to record myself right now, so I can't show you the pictures. I'll load some of them and even the videos. I'll load some of them on the computer so that maybe tomorrow during one of the breaks I'll show you some. Like it was really beautiful, like really it was a wonderful experience being there, and I couldn't have missed it for anything. Anyway, we are back to another week. I know, Maria, I know today is a holiday for you. And fortunately for me, today is a holiday for me too. I didn't even know. I didn't know until yesterday that today is a holiday. Yeah. So today is Labor Day in both the US and Canada. I mean, I think it's supposed to be first September or something like, I don't know whether first Monday of September or I don't really know. But all I know is today is Labor Day. So we are off work. But then I'm here working. So yeah, let's get things done. We're going to learn and get things done. So yeah, holiday, but I still have ALS tax. I know, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm also supposed to be on holiday, but I have to be attending to some of the challenges being faced by some of the learners. So I can't sit home doing nothing. We're going to get things done. Ooh. So, hi everyone who is on the stream. If this is your first time, hi Osirating, welcome. If this is your first time here, I'm happy to welcome you to join in the stream and to join in a new week. Right. So on this stream, what we do is simple. We come here, we hold, like, it's a very long stream. So we are live for close to 6 hours, on the average 5 hours. And this 5 or 6 hours is broken down. Hi Tracy, welcome. It's broken down to various individual sessions where we have each session being made up of 60 minutes of focused learning or work, depending on what you are doing at that specific point in time, and followed by 15 minutes of discussion. So, a break time where we discuss various things like various topics and answer various questions that come up. So I'm happy to have you all join us for this week. And I know it's going to be an exciting week. I have a lot of things planned out for me personally. And I tweeted not long ago about what they say that when you fail to plan, then you are planning to fail. So I hope you all out there have at least planned the week ahead or thought about exactly what you're going to be doing this week. If you haven't, then this is the right time for you to start thinking through or writing down the plans. Okay, very important. So, personally, what I try to do is on monthly basis, I try to review the month in person. So, the months that just passed, then that helps me also plan very well for the upcoming month. So over the weekend, I took some time off to do that, to reflect on what happened throughout August, like all the things I was able to do, the things I was able to achieve, what I was grateful for, and then the challenges that I faced in August, things that I wish I could do that I couldn't do, try to figure out why I couldn't do them so that I'll be able to plan for September. So now I have a new plan for September, which I'm going to start off with from today. So if you are yet to plan out the month or even the week, this is time for you to start reflecting on it. That you make a plan for the month and the week and even the day, like you break them down. So you always start from the high level. What do I want to achieve by the end of this month? This. Okay, so I have 4 weeks in this month. How do I, what do I achieve each week in order to meet up these things that I want to achieve by the end of the month? Then you draw out the plan. Even for the week, you can then bring it down to the day. So there are 7 days in this particular week. If I want to achieve this and that this week, what exactly am I supposed to do today, tomorrow, the day after, in order for me to achieve XYZ? Okay, so try and break it down as much as possible, and that helps give you a lot of clarity about things to do, things not to do. Because when you are going somewhere with a destination in mind, you are always guided on what you choose and how you approach things. But without a destination, anywhere at all you go is fine. So let's do that. Okay. All right. I'm happy to have you all here. Let's see. MC David. MC David said, "This is my first time on the live learning and good to be here." Happy to have you here, MC David. Um, yeah, Tracy, you are welcome once again. Says MC David says, "Please, dog, don't forget to drop Telegram link." Yeah, so I think I talked about Telegram last week, and I mentioned that I don't share the Telegram link publicly because it's supposed to be for just ALS learners. I mean, who are interested in joining the group, right? And you'd have to send me a DM on Twitter to get the link to the Telegram group. But mind you, it's not as active as it used to be because I don't host sessions there anymore. Maybe somewhere in the near future, but now I hardly do that. I am struggling with making time for those sessions. So yeah, for this particular type of sessions that we are having, learn or study with me sessions, the communication is through Discord. So that I can share publicly, because this is not a stream for ALS learners. This is a stream for anyone who is interested in getting things done. Yep. So let me just share the link to Discord server, techparty.com/Discord. So anyone who is interested can equally join us on Discord. Hopefully. So Tracy, last week, there was something that you pointed out. I mean, I talked about wishing if there was like a platform where we could have, like, once you join the stream like that, we could have you all list what are your to-dos. Then when we start, that means you stay accountable to the whole group. We are able to check up on you to know, today you said you are going to do A, B, C, D. So by the end of the stream, we should be able to check off the things that you've done and the things that you didn't do, so that you don't just join this place and not do anything about it, right? So that's one of the things that I've been thinking about for this week. I can see Marilila is making a suggestion. Can we use something like ClickUp? So I thought hard about it during the weekend, especially when Tracy said that would be a wonderful platform. It took my attention to something. I mean, like, platform. Okay. I started wondering, why am I a software engineer? If it is something we need, I think the best thing we can do is to take it up as a project and build it. And I was excited about the prospect of it. I'm like, hey, this is something you need. Just go ahead and build it. One, it becomes part of your portfolio. And two, it solves a problem that you have identified. And sometimes a problem that you have identified is a problem that many other people are facing and will be willing to use. Then you can make something out of it. But more importantly, once we are here, we are trying to build a community together. It will be a nice thing to do as a community. I mean, I don't expect you all to come and write the code and all of that. But even if I'm writing the code, to be able to give you updates and walk you through some of them, how I'm doing this, how I'm approaching that, for us to be able to eventually build something together. Okay. And if possible, after we are done, maybe I could just do some tutorials on it and show you how that is done. So I mean, when I thought about it, you see how you're excited about hearing it. I'm like, wow, man, that is why we are software engineers, right? We find solutions by building. We just don't complain. And yes, we could use any other platform to simulate what we want, but it wouldn't give us like the best fit for the exact thing that we are doing, like, oh, live learning or a community for learning, but then it has other features and things. So yeah, I went ahead to start brainstorming on it so that we could quickly bring ourselves out to speed on that and get started working on a project like that. So happy to inform you that since Tracy and Marilila are interested and I am also interested, anyway, every other person on the call, let me know whether you are for or against the motion. But at least I know now there are three of us who are for the motion. So I'll pass it on and say, unless if we get the against the motion more than three people, otherwise majority is going to win. And the majority as it stands now is, let's build our own platform. I mean, it was going to be a fun thing to do. It's going to be, like, I'm not saying it's going to be easy. And why why do we say we do hard things? So we choose to go to the moon not because it's an easy thing to do, right? Let me just quote. So we are choosing to do it not because it's easy to do, but then we love to do hard things, and in the course of doing it, we are going to learn a lot of things out of it. So let's build it. We are going to build it. I'm going to share with you. So I've been brainstorming features that we should probably include. So when during one of the breaks, just remind me. I'll walk you through some of the features that I have thought about for you to also make suggestions as to how it should go, and maybe other features that you are thinking about. Then we can refine it, then start. So I have to come up with an action plan. In fact, I've actually, like yesterday, I couldn't even sleep. I was just thinking through it. So I went a step further to have a discussion with ChatGPT, that senior brother of ours. Yeah. I engaged him in the discussion to see what what ChatGPT also thinks about the idea and some of the things that we can do. So now I'll just run all those things I wrote down with you all. Then we'll deliberate on it and start as soon as possible. Even today, I can start coding like some basic stuff. For the tech stack, yeah, I agree with you. Anyway, Authority says it's highly welcome and will be great. Yeah, and you are interested as well. Great. So now we have 4 people voting for a yes. And the tech stack that I'm thinking about is one, I wouldn't want to use a tech stack that I'm absolutely new to. Like it should be something that at least I have knowledge of. Reason why I'm saying so is so that I'll be able to teach you all some of the things. It's not everything that I know, right? And I've always said that I don't teach because I'm an expert. I teach because I'm a student of it. So once I'm learning something, I'm learning it to teach. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to do my best to try explaining some of the things to you. And interestingly enough, there are some things that I know because I've learned before, but I'm here to teach others. So I don't really know whether I fully understand. So by trying to teach you some of these things, then I'll know whether I understand it or not. So the tech stack that we're going to go with is for the back end, we are going to stay with Node.js, but then we'll use Express.js as the framework. So we're going to build the backend with Express.js. And with databases, I know most of you, when we talk about database, you are introduced to the relational databases. But then I don't want us to go relational. We are going to use non-SQL or NoSQL database, and the specific one is MongoDB. So for databases, we are going to use MongoDB. And front end, so for front end, we are going to use Nest.js. I know that a lot of you will not be familiar with it, but that is totally fine. I'll try my best to explain what I do when I do it. And Next.js is a framework based on React. Okay, and React is just a library. I don't know, do they even call Next.js? Yeah, I think they call it the production framework. Yeah, but React is just a library for front end development. And if you want to be able to do Next.js, you would need to appreciate React, right? So that is it. But we're going to try our best to use Next.js because it simplifies a lot of things, and I'll explain when I'm doing that. You wouldn't need to understand everything, but once you're exposed to it, learning it becomes very easy. So hopefully we are able to do that. CSS, I'm still contemplating whether I should write vanilla CSS or I should use Tailwind CSS, which is a utility based CSS. Will I call it framework? Oh god, I don't even know. And um I'm trying to learn Tailwind. Like I've learned it to an extent, but I'm yet to use it in a project. So I understand how it works, but I'm yet to use it in a project. So there are two things. Either I write vanilla CSS, that is a plain CSS, or I write Tailwind. So let's vote. Which one do you think? No, Bootstrap is no, 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 no. Like Bootstrap is no, no for me. I mean, I've used Bootstrap for a very long time, and I've stopped using Bootstrap because almost all Bootstrap applications look the same. Like if when you start writing more of them, you will understand. Like it's easy for you to pick out that, oh, this is Bootstrap, this is Bootstrap. Yeah, and that's not the main reason why I'm ignoring it. It's because I already know how to use it. Okay, so I always want to make room for learning, and that's what challenges you and make you keep going. Otherwise, you never grow if you always stay with what you are doing. So vanilla CSS always has its own curve. Like you even know, no matter how much CSS you know, when you're writing plain CSS code, you are still going to have something to learn. Like sometimes, okay. So it's either I use vanilla CSS or I use Tailwind CSS because I'm trying to practicalize the Tailwind CSS. So now it's up to you to vote whether we go vanilla or we go Tailwind. So, to the floor, what do you suggest? There are two options for CSS: vanilla CSS or Tailwind CSS. So, for those of you who are hearing these things for the first time, vanilla CSS means just plain CSS without any library or framework, writing the actual CSS code. Tailwind CSS, even for Tailwind CSS to be able to use it, you need to fully understand and know how to use vanilla CSS, because even though it's utility based, it's mostly the same classes that you are using with in vanilla. So yeah, it's quite a lot. Maulila says I've never used Tailwind, but I'm sure Tailwind will make life more easier. Yeah, I mean, it's comparing to vanilla CSS. If you know how to use Tailwind, it will make life easier. But if you don't know how to use it, I mean, it has some learning curve. However, we all want that kind of experience on our what CVs, right? Oh, I know, because nowadays they will list all of those things. You see CSS, then you see Tailwind, like JavaScript, and you see TypeScript. So, for instance, TypeScript, I know TypeScript, but I'm yet to use TypeScript for a project. So, not for this project, but in a near future project, I should try to use TypeScript. Tracy says, I only know a bit of C, but always ready and willing to learn. Yeah, I mean that's the essence, right? We are supposed to stretch ourselves, and sometimes when you see other people do it, especially if the person is doing it and explaining it, then it starts to make sense. So yeah, we'll figure it out. Are we going to be doing wireframing and prototyping? Ideally, that should be a yes. We should be doing that, but I don't think I will be adding that to my worry so much. So I have a UI UX designer on my team who I can pull in to come and do some of the stuff for us. Okay, so I have to think through it well. I mean, I don't want any, for the start, it will be some basic design elements. So I can equally go ahead and do the prototype in on Figma. But then if it becomes critical and we really want top notch design, I may have to bring in the UI UX designer to work on it for us. Let's see. Tracy says, I know a bit of CSS though. Why are you stressing? Just a tiny bit. Then Ant says, then let's start with vanilla CSS and switch to Tailwind later. Uh hmm. it's not going to be that easy. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're writing, so the difference between the two is, if you're writing, even for Tailwind, sometimes you may have to write your own CSS and all. So writing everything in vanilla then converting it to Tailwind, I think that's a lot of work. Like my brain doesn't want to comprehend that right now. Like, I mean, that's a lot of work, and you would probably take that as a new project to restart the whole thing and start converting the CSS to Tailwind CSS. Um, for me, I'll still choose to go with Tailwind. Then maybe I think the biggest challenge would be the installation. After the installation, all that will happen is for me to just tell you, okay, so if I write uh, this is what it means when you are doing it as plain CSS. Okay, like if you write this class in Tailwind, this is exactly what it means, because you will see, except that it has been abstracted. So ideally, you let me not bore you right now. We'll go through it. So for me, I'm just trying to challenge myself. At least for CSS, vanilla CSS, I can try my best, and I mean I can write that one. But I want to challenge myself with a Tailwind. So for me, I'll choose Tailwind. But if we are using Tailwind, I'll try my best to explain exactly how I'm doing what I'm doing, like why this, why this is that. So I'll try my best. Okay. Let's see what else. What else? What else? My bot is saying, hope it is going well. Yes, it is going well. We should keep pushing. It can only get better. Yeah, I agree with the bot. Okay, so apart from that, what else would we need? So prototyping, as you mentioned, will be done with Figma. We'll see how it goes. Yep. What else is there? So there are who wrote this on the board? I was the one, but it's been a while since I wrote it. I mean, I wrote it when we started at first. So it checks if there are, I think it looks for when there is a minimum of 10 charts, then it posts that. So yeah. Anyway, uh, just to keep us reminded and keep us working. Anyway, what was I saying? Ooh. So yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much excited about the prospect of that, and building this publicly with you all and learning in the process, because some of the things you think you know until you need to use them. Okay, and even though we are doing the concept in like Java, sorry, did I just say Java? JavaScript. I can try and explain this and relate them to the various concepts that you know in C and what Python, for those of you who are yet to learn JavaScript. And hopefully it will be something exciting, and maybe some people may now want to even take Python to write the same code. And yeah, I think it can be an interesting challenge. But I hope nobody is thinking about using C to write that same thing. Please stop thinking. Stop thinking. If you are thinking about using C in this project, please stop thinking. I beg you. So we're going to use JavaScript all throughout, and I'll try my best to explain everything I'm doing. And that means that by the end of this project, I would have sharpened my JavaScript knowledge, right? Very important. I'm yet to teach any lesson on JavaScript, I think. So far, I haven't taught anything JavaScript. So all the JavaScript I know is in my head, and I don't know whether I really know it. C is what's fun, hey. Tracy, please. Tracy, please don't come and lie to us. C is what fun. What kind of fun is that one? Eh? So we need to optimize for C. We need to optimize for speed. We need C. You and who? Marilena, you and who needs it? Please, I don't need it. Eh, thank you. I like the speed the way it is. Like when you use Nest.js, so Nest.js has a number of, we call them rendering. Like there are different types of rendering, and depending on if you really master, I think it has about four different types of rendering. How the pages are rendered on the browser, like how eventually they are rendered. If you master those four types of rendering, like you can get the best like optimized website. And all of these things are things for us to learn, right? And this is something that we are building and making live. We are going to use it ourselves. Let me stop talking. Let's start our first session. Then let's maybe during the next break look at the features that we want for such a platform, and that will also inform some of the packages that we want to use. And essentially what I'm interested in teaching you right now is not necessarily the code itself, but then the processes that it takes to get something like this done, okay, and the concepts behind them. So even if you don't know the syntax, you should still be able to benefit from it. Then in the near future, when you have mastered or learned the syntax, it becomes easier for you to take these things on. And I hope you're all excited about it. Today will mark the first day we start talking about this project and start planning it out. So first we'll do our product description, say this is the product we want. Then we now move on. Okay, if these are all the things we want, what's the action plan? How are we going to implement it? And possibly even break down into sprints. Like if you are working as if you are working in an actual or software engineering company or a tech company, okay, break those ones down and say, okay, we are having this project, like this sprint, we are doing it for the next 2 weeks. This is the various tasks. Then you can even go and bring in your tax manager, say on ClickUp or Asana, list the various tasks. Then we start checking them off. Like give you a glimpse into what it actually feels like when you're working in a software engineering role like that. And yeah, I'm really hopeful about that. And let's build something good together. I mean, at the end of the day, it should be something for us. And this is something that you would be excited about talking about when you are going through any kind of interview. Because yeah, we're having this particular problem and this is how we solved it. This was the approach. We did this, we did that, we did that. Yeah, very, very important. It's gonna be fun, yeah, but not C. C is not fun. This is going to be fun. 2 weeks into this session, say we're already building projects. Yeah, I mean, we can't wait to see what 365 days of this kind of daily meetings bring us. Anyway, thank you all for joining. Now let's get focused. We've done 33 minutes. I think I started 3 minutes late. So we've done 33 minutes already. So let's get started with our first session of the day, first focus session. What are you learning? Please put it in the chat. What are you learning today? Or what are you working on for the first session? I want to be able to follow up on you all. So this is what I've been referring to, public accountability. And this is what we are trying to build a platform to assist with. So we should be able to improvise until we have the platform ready. And that will also guide us into exactly how we want the platform to be. So what are you working on for the next 60 minutes? Let me know in the chat so that I can ask you questions based on what you are expected to learn, to confirm that you are really learning those things that you are supposed to learn. And in the course of your studies, if you have any questions, don't forget to drop them in the chat at that point in time when you have the question. Don't wait till we come for break because you may forget. So just drop them, and as soon as we are done and we are on that 15 minutes discussion, which sometimes exceeds 15 minutes anyway, depending on what we have to discuss, we will take it and discuss it together. So yeah, let's know. All right, Marilila says, today I'm doing some bit of research, hoping to be done in the first 2 sessions. Okay, great. Working on this week's article for my blog. Happy to hear that. Can't wait to read that from you. And one of my plans for this month is to write at least one, not technical. So I write my technical articles differently. I mean, as and when I need to write them, but to plan out my articles, those inspirational and also reflections on life. Like sometimes I write those ones and sharing my experiences on things. So there's something I am looking forward to doing at least every weekend. Try and write one and probably publish it in the course of the week. So that's one of my plans for this month, and hopefully I'm able to do it well. So one of the things I thought about too is I may be putting out some of the things that I need to be doing and I want to be doing, like up publicly for you all to see that okay, I want to do this. And then you can also keep me accountable that Obed, you said you were going to do this, and one of which is the platform that we have thought about, so that you can always I, I mean, I'm one person that values integrity a lot, so I don't want to come and say something and not do it. So when I tell you or I make it public, I want to really go every mile to get it done. And I think it is what helps me get a lot of things done. And that's why I want to also use this, like, let you all try use this to help us all achieve great things together. Malok Oseritin is learning Malok and Free today. Interesting. And people are saying it is fun. Good luck. Good luck. Exciting topic. Okay. Anyway, let me start my timer. Start the background music. Then let's get started. We'll start talking and discussing what is it called during the next break. See you all during the next break. Thank you and catch you during the break. Okay, background music. Let's go. break time, please. Ooh. Oh my. Trying to get something done. Come in. Mm. Marilla says, yeah, you are getting hungry on the first session. Why, what's happening? You haven't eaten in a long while. So, fortunately for me, today I took breakfast before starting the session. So, yeah, I'm good. Hi, everyone. How did your first session go? How has it been? What is going on? MC David says, ALS student code 18. I sent DM on Twitter already, but no response yet. No, sorry about that, MC. Like, I have quite a number of messages on Twitter. I think especially those that do not come directly into my inbox. So yeah, I'll definitely respond to it. I try my best to respond to everybody on Twitter, like in my DM. But the time, like right now, my phone is over there. So when I close and I'm taking a walk, then I'll try and respond to as many as I can. So hopefully, fingers crossed, I'll respond to it. If it is the same name or like I pick up your name, I can just scroll to your name and respond directly. Otherwise, I'm going to be responding in the order in which the messages came, and I'll surely respond to your message. Yep. How is it going, everyone? I said I was going to show you what we're working on, but I think I'll do that in the next break, or what we are going to be working on. I'll do that in the next break because I think it will take a couple of minutes. But then I need to fix a particular problem in some of the code in a short while. So yes, what's going on? Any questions for me to discuss? Like any challenge that any of you is facing that you think I can be of help with, I'm happy to assist. Ooh. Yep. Anything of that sort. Mm-mm. Yes, where is everybody hiding? What's wrong? Are you all hungry like Marilina? Hmm? Are we all hungry? Where is everybody? Should I do roll call? Nawila, what did you get to eat? That you are back. I don't know where everyone else is hiding right now. Ooh, I need to figure this out. No. So I'm guessing by project demo you mean like what the product description for the platform we want to build. If that is it, then the answer is no. Yet to do that, I said we may exceed 15 minutes for that, but right now I need to quickly return to work to fix a problem right after this break. So I'd want to push it to the next break. We'll discuss it during the next break. Hopefully, I'm able to fix the problem sharp, sharp. Hopefully. Where is this? Listen. How often do I play around with LLMs? Where when you say play around, is it like me using their chatbots or like working with an actual LLM trying to build one, that kind of thing? What are you specifically referring to? If with the chatbots, then at least with ChatGPT. So the funny thing is that we don't have access to Google Bard in Canada. I'd have to use a VPN, and since I came, I haven't installed any VPN yet, so I don't use uh, Bard. Then Claude, I think the name is Claude, right? Claude. That's also not available in Canada, so I've not tried it yet. And Bing Chats, not much. So mostly ChatGPT. Oh, training and fine tuning. Then the API. It's been a while. Okay, I didn't do any sort of training or fine tuning, but then working with the API, I tried working with the API. Think on two different occasions, but it's been a while since I did anything with it. Think what at the point what I was interested in, I was reading a lot around how they build them, and in case somebody has like a local set of files, how one can go about building their own. So yeah, that's as much as I've worked with. Ooh, so now I remember this. Okay, this is a report. This is the file. I don't know why it's not happening. Why are you saying this file? Okay, yeah, it says I want to find out how APIs are used in open source models like Llama 2 and how much they would cost in production. I think the problem with, so I was trying to I no, was it Llama 2 that I tried? No, it wasn't Llama 2. I think it was there is one other one built on Llama called Alpaca or something. Yeah. So I was trying that out, but then they said it's not recommended for like production use or something. So I didn't do much with it. Just that I read through how to implement it and all. So the I haven't tried Llama 2 out. I haven't read much about it. The only APIs that I've used is that of OpenAI. And it's not too expensive. I mean, that's if you are charging for your service, it's not too expensive, and it depends on how much you're charging for that particular service. If you're playing around with it too, I mean, like so far, so when for OpenAI their API, when you're registering, you are asked to like add your credit card, right, or debit card. You are asked to add your card to like the details, the card information, and they would make sure that the card is valid by deducting $5 from your account, and on monthly basis they would go on to deduct from your account how much you used. But I think so far what I've used, I haven't even exceeded the $5 that was initially deducted. Yeah, so I mean, I think it's relatively affordable. If you are using it for a large scale product where people are going to be using it often, and if the product is free, that's when you may have a concern with cost. But probably if they are paying, if it is of value they are paying, then more times you are likely to recoup the amount of money that you are charging. The only thing is if you are able to fine tune it and train it such that it doesn't respond to unrelated queries, that becomes very important, because like that's one of the things we are trying to do in our digital health platform that we are working on. Because Yes, you are trying to use it for health related stuff, but if somebody gets access to it and begins to use it for, say, any other thing like coding or whatever they are doing, if they begin to query it so much that they are exhausting your bandwidth regarding the available tokens that you have on the API, then it's going to cost you a lot. So you have to make sure that it's only responding to health related queries, or I mean, the domain or whatever the purpose for your application is. You make sure it is in line with that. Yeah, that's very important. I think that's the more reason why I didn't. We could have made ours public so far, like our health app public so far, but then I knew very well that if you make it public, I mean, some people will start using it and they may use it well, others may want to abuse it to see, but then all of those things will go against you in terms of cost. So, until we fully launch it, no, no. And I'm here to figure out fine tuning. I talked to one ALS learner who sort of gave me some guidance into how I can fine tune it and I can restrict it. I tried one of them, but the embeddings and the other things, I think I needed to learn LangChain to get what I wanted to get done. But haven't worked on it in a while now, so not much. Certain saying being on one code through the focus session, everything seemed right, but I'm not getting the correct output. Uh, yeah, so I'm guessing you're still talking about Malloc. What exactly? What exactly? Which? So if you can look into the URL, the address bar of your browser, then grab the project ID and share it with us. Maybe during the subsequent break, I'll take a look at it for you. Okay. I realize this makes sense. For me, it's the fine tuning. It seems very resource intensive, but I really need to water it down for my specific use case. Oh, okay. Like I haven't really paid much attention to fine tuning. So yeah, probably. I mean, it's. I think it's the best thing to do for as long as you can fine tune it for your use case. Otherwise, I don't see why. I mean, someone will want to come and use it if it is just as the GPT and there isn't any sort of niche specific advantage. Why will I bother coming to use it? I mean, for convenience sake, maybe the way you're implementing it, they don't need to go learn certain prompts and come and now try refining it by themselves and all of that. So you may be able to sell them convenience, but then if it can really be niched down like very well with the help of fine tuning, I think that would be the best. So yeah, something very important for us all to consider when we are working with the LLMs. I'm really interested in them, but before I get fully engrossed in them, I want to solidify my knowledge in machine learning in general and get to learn more about neural networks, then move on to learn more about transformers to fully appreciate how they are working behind the hood, because then it makes a lot more sense when you are using it and when you are manipulating any of those things. So that's one of the reasons why I chose to learn machine learning this time around. And so far, so good. I mean, still far away, but anyway, I appreciate the progress that I'm making. As part of my plan this month, it is for me to do at least 30 minutes a day of machine learning. So hopefully by the end of the month, I would have put in a lot of time to learn some of the things that I need to learn. Once I get a good understanding of it, I can now fully appreciate how these things are working and try to build things with them. Yep. All right. 15 minutes is gone. Yep. It is gone. Anyway, so as I said, try and grab the project ID. During subsequent break, I'll take a look at the project and see if I can offer any form of help. If you want, you can equally take a screenshot and share it in the Discord channel where I make the announcement for the YouTube live streams. Just share it there and I'll take a look at it. When you say it there, let me know so that during one of the breaks, I'll just take a look at that and we'll talk about it. I mean, I wouldn't come here to solve it for you, right? But if there are any pointers that I can give you, I would look at giving it to you. All right. Thank you guys. And let's do another focus session. I quickly need to fix up some problems that some of the learners are having. So let's try and get back to work and have our next break after 60 minutes. Catch you for a discussion in 60 minutes time. All the best. Hi. Hey, before you hold the microphone, turn on the timer. That is what we learned the last time. Okay, good job. All right. Hi, everyone. Break time, please. Can you hear me? I sound some way. Is that my voice? Yes. Okay. No, I can think I sound fine now. Hi. Where's everyone? Break time. Break time. Where are you? Break time. Hurry up. Now face the problem so we can get into the things that we need. Yeah. Ooh, pretty cool. Okay. So let me go on to do 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 do. Where's everybody? Okay. So yeah, break time. I was trying to give us the project ID and it says being able to detect the problem. What a relief. It was just an oversight. Oh, use less than or equal to instead of just less than. Sorry. It's a normal occurrence in programming, so I'm glad you found it and fixed it. Yo, you didn't hear the alarm? It went off. I heard it from my end. So yeah. But then let me apologize once again. There is noise around again. So last was it Friday? Yeah, Friday when we're having the session, there was a lot of noise around. What you people didn't realize was after that break that I was complaining about the noise. In the focus session, there was one huge, like the noise was really serious and scary. Like I was scared. I got scared. I don't know. Like it was so much. So I was wondering where it was coming from. Then I saw that people were also asking around, like, what's going on? What's going on? Then we found out that, yeah. So I don't know if you can hear. Sorry. No, it wasn't a fire. Yeah, so I don't like right now. There was a lot of noise around. If only you heard it from the background. So we found out that they are doing what is it called? An air show. So there's like display of various military helicopters, military jets, like all of those things. And it started from no, I think they were preparing because it was supposed to be second to fourth. So today they actually doing it, and they start at 12. So right now it was exactly 12 o'clock when the airplane started moving around, and they are going to be moving around till what around 4 p.m. And today is the last day, so hopefully they get that thing done and we can get back to our normal life because man, it's not easy. So yeah, that's the reason why you may be hearing some noise around, like heavy noise, and I am so sorry about that. Not something I can do anything about for now. Okay, yeah. Says I can't believe that took me over an hour to notice. So it's normal. Like today, I was going to comment on someone's work on Discord. The one of the learners sent out and like he doesn't know why he's looking at the checker's output and looking at his output, and they are the same. So he doesn't understand why the checker is failing to mark his work. Then another learner pointed out that the JavaScript that he has spelled, the checker's own has the S as capital S and his own is small letter s. And I thought it was funny because this kind of problem can make you go like days and still not figure it out, because when you look at it at this face level, like everything is okay, everything is the same thing, especially if it is as part of a big code base. Oh my god. If it is, I hope you can still hear me anyway. If it is part of a big code base, then it's quite difficult to figure that out. So yeah, something like this. If you have, say, just one sheet, one script, you just go through, say, line by line, and you probably be able to figure out something. So sometimes what I do is try and compare letter by letter, like it's especially with regards to the, if you are in ALS, the checker output, then you try and compare, are they the same thing or not. Yeah, if it is a large code base, there is no way you think that this single thing somewhere hidden somewhere is the one that is causing the problem. You start thinking, oh, maybe the packages that I'm using, there is difference, the dependencies, or maybe the particular, like you start thinking out of the basic things, and you realize that nah, this maybe some comma somewhere that was causing the problem. Unless if you are using a code editor that's able to highlight the problems for you. If it is a logical problem, then forget it. It's very difficult to pick up logical problems. At least syntax, now the code editors are smart enough to pick up almost every syntax error. But then logical error, you have to be super smart to pick it up. Otherwise, maybe you can always employ your elder brother ChatGPT to take a look at it for you. Anyway, so I wanted to share my screen so that we look at our projects and get your feedback on that. Ooh, okay. Going to share my screen. Then I'll discuss what we have here. So as I said, I was engaging ChatGPT to help me refine the idea. So we'll discuss that and take a look at what we can take out, what we can add, all of those things. So it's always these small things that tend to cause bugs. Exactly. Oh, I mean the logic parts can sometimes cause problems, especially when it is like, you see, now you are a learner, so most of the times they've given you a question, you need to achieve that same thing. Or okay, no, like I understand your point, but when you are really working and you've been working with some of these uh syntax for a while, the syntax no longer becomes a problem. Okay, and most of the problems are logical problems, and maybe you want to implement something and you think you figured it out, but some of the edge cases somewhere you didn't really think through them, or that solution of yours isn't working with regards to those edge cases and the like. So yeah. Oh, ChatGPT couldn't pick it up. Bless his soul. I don't think that was a problem. So I just said, let me try to change that, and it worked. I was almost going crazy. I remember being tripped up by Linus and MS DOS file formats. Missed two whole deadlines for LS. I simply needed to convert the file format to support Linus. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I've seen that thing. Tracy said there was a time I spent over 1 hour trying to debug why my code was not compiling, only to find out I had missed the semicolon in the header file. Oh my. Anyway, let me share my screen. Let's get thinking. Please put on your thinking hats. Let's go on this ride together. All right. Do I have to? Where's my front camera? Camera. Okay. Oh, why is this thing not showing? Ooh. Hang on, I'm coming. Okay. So I think why is it showing this side? Ooh. All right. Now let's go here. Yep. Anyway, so I hope you can see my screen now. And I've tried to zoom in so that you all can see some of the things I've written. Please pay attention here. Let's discuss this one. So, we're looking at some of the features. Obviously, would want to such that we can all log in. Oh, so you can't see anything? How will you be watching it? Or is it because of your internet connectivity or what? I'm wondering. Yeah, but at least I'll try and read it out. I, it's noise from the aircrafts is really serious. Yeah. So the first part obviously is we should be able to allow users, members of the community to create accounts, log in, log out, all those kind of things. And we put those things together as user authentication. So that will probably be like, oh, oh my goodness, I didn't know it's affecting you people that much. Like I'm literally worried right now. Yesterday I was talking to my best friend who is in the US now. And when he heard those noises, he said, "Be careful, you are going to get deaf soon." I'm like, "Don't worry, this will be over in 2 days' time." Yeah, it's not easy, but hopefully they'll finish by 4 p.m. today, so we get back to normal life. Uh, anyway, people have traveled around to come and see all those jets they are displaying, so you can also come around and come and see some. Yep. So that's the user authentication. Here, the purpose we've indicated is to securely manage user access to the platform through. So we are going to try using users can create accounts using their email and creating a password that they can use that to log in. We also would want to implement such that they are able to authenticate using either Google or Facebook. At least, I mean, we are software engineers. I think I would preferably even go with GitHub first before we look at the others, right? I hope you all agree. So you can log in with your GitHub once you have GitHub account, even before we look at these other two. But then it's all learning. I mean, at the end of the day, the goal is for us to learn whilst we build something. Okay, my I keep saying that for me, I'm not driven by the outcome, but mostly driven by the process. Okay, so eventually we're going to be able to build something, but then I want us to enjoy the process of building it and learning in the process. Okay, so you don't like Facebook? I mean, it doesn't necessarily, we don't necessarily need to add it, but then it's there for the learning sake because you never know when you'd be asked to build a project where the users would have to authenticate with Facebook. So this is not necessarily because we want to use that one, but then just for the learning sake, right? I personally haven't built a platform where I integrated that before. So it will be interesting for me to try doing that now. And 15 minutes over. Yeah. So that's why we'll have it there. We can get rid of them. I think GitHub will be the most important. So once we figure out how to do GitHub, I think doing the rest may not be very difficult. So we can learn from it that, okay, this and this is how you're going to do that. Then we're going to try to implement two-factor authentication for security reasons. Something I've never done before too. Like I'm always it's just email password. Like, oh, email password, that's all. But this time around we'll try two-factor authentication or try email verification, like if you are creating an account with email, so that we should be able to send you an email for you to verify your email. There's this. Oh my god, did you guys hear that? Oh my god. Did you hear that? I guess it's really scary. It's as if like the I don't know if it's a helicopter. I guess it's as if it's just on top of the building and shaking the building. Oh goodness. Anyway, so simple. That's why I need a noise cancelling headset. When I get money, I have to go and buy one. Something that can block the noise straight. Yeah, like you can't imagine. Oh, Foster. Hi, Foster. Foster is here. Exactly. Like it's very, very scary. Means as if the thing is just on top of my building and shaking the room. Anyway, yeah. So as I was saying, we've talked about two factor. I think I was talking about something else that we need to do. What is it? Yeah, email. So we should be able to send emails to users. I think there's a new trend. Yes, that's exactly what I was talking about. There's a new trend where you don't necessarily need to create a password. I think it's called, is it magic link sign up or something? Let me confirm. Let's go to Google. I've seen that with a couple of new applications. I think StreamYard uses that. First time you are here, you can help me out. What is it called? Magic link sign up. Yeah, authentication. I think so. That should probably be the name. Passwordless authentication with magic links. So that's the new trend that new platforms are using now, where the user doesn't create a password. They would rather sign in with their email, then you send them the magic link through their email, then they click on it to access it. So anytime they want to log in, they just have to click. Guys, I don't know. Today I'm supposed to be, oh anyway, that's fine. So yeah, that's as I was saying, they enter just their email and you send them the magic link, they click on it and they log in. So that's one of the things probably not to be considered for this particular project, but something worth thinking about for subsequent projects or anybody at all who is trying to implement a similar authentication system. So please remember that there is something called passwordless authentication with magic links. Okay, maybe let me put this in our document somewhere. I have to go read the documentation to see how that works. Yep. The next part will be our user dashboard. So for the user dashboard, we are looking at giving users a personalized landing page where they can see all relevant information. Sorry, guys. I had to mute the call so that the noise does not come to your end. Let me bear the let me bear it alone. Anyway, yeah. So I'm back. Uh, and some of the things that we are going to capture on the dashboard include like the upcoming study sessions. So eventually, this should be like, I mean, like in the long run, possibly there are multiple people hosting study sessions, and we can have a list of all those study sessions on the dashboard. Or I mean, anytime we have a planned study session is there, and anyone can check it from their dashboard. Then also, you should be able to see a list of the tasks that you are going to have for the study session. So assuming, oh my, assuming you've signed up for, say, this particular study session, you should be able to see all the tasks that you've listed that you are going to do throughout this session. Please, I'm just giving you what is here, but I'm expecting you to also give suggestions and help us refine these things. Then there is notifications too. So these notifications will be, say, the session is about to start, or maybe like that kind of notifications, 15 minutes to start session, sending you reminders. And we would have to figure out how we want to send out the notifications. So one of the ways is using, say, emails to send the notifications. Another way would be using push notifications. I haven't implemented, so I've used push notifications in WordPress projects before, but I haven't used it in one where I coded it. So it will be a nice challenge to try implementing push notifications in the app. And we could also build, uh, ouch. Hey, this thing is still not gone. Anyway, yeah, so we could also build like an inbuilt notification or alert system in the app. So that would be one of them. Then Q&A, and have been muted all this while. Is that the case? Guys, have you been hearing me? So I think I unmuted the wrong thing. I don't know. Have you been hearing me? Imagine you having an earthquake. I can't imagine that. Please allow me not to imagine that, because this thing is really serious. Oh, okay, you've been hearing me. That's good. All right. So I don't know if we should probably push this to tomorrow because of the noise that is going on right now. Because tomorrow we can have some, they will be done today. So maybe we can discuss the rest tomorrow. But now let me just do a quick run through for you, then you probably think through it and we'll review them tomorrow again. So we'll have Q&A sessions, then reading recommendations. At least this is just based on what we have been doing last week. And last week we saw that we had a lot of reading recommendations. So something relating to that, so that, and maybe something about what you are reading for demands, and we are able to track that you've read this, you have not read that, like things like that. Okay. Then tax management. So with tax management, you should be able to add, edit, and remove tax for each study session that you are having. And yeah, associate tax with specific study sessions or days. Yeah. I mean, I can share the documents. I'm guessing everyone here is on. So what I can do is make you commenters so that I don't get somebody editing directly. Can make you commenters and share the link. Probably put it on, right. Drop it in a YouTube chat, or I don't know. Drop it in Discord. I hope everyone is in Discord so I can drop it in Discord instead. Uh, Drop it in Discord. Yeah. So I've dropped the link in Discord. You can check. You can check that out from there. Yeah. And also thinking about building our own Pomodoro timer that will be used in there. I mean, I think I've done a Pomodoro project before using Python. I did one when I was practicing my Python project. So it'll be interesting to see if we are able to build one with, I mean, yeah, we can with JavaScript. So we'll be able to build something into it that we can use and make sure that we get our break notifications and breakover notifications so that uh Marilila doesn't miss the alarm anymore. Then live stream schedule and notifications. So I think I've talked about that. The questions repository. So I think there are some questions that are repeated with time. And I don't know if it's effective use of our time if we keep responding to that same question over and over again. So we'll have a portion for that where we get to respond. I mean, the questions that we've responded to so far, and especially the frequently asked questions, can be there for learners to easily search and get, yeah, some information on that. Then our reading stuff. Yeah. Then I was thinking about, okay, this will be useful for us, but eventually we can still scale up the project for it to be useful to other people if they want to. Okay, so what are the other features that we can consider to make this project commercially viable? So some of the things that, I mean, myself and my suite mate deliberated on it. Then I I had a chat with ChatGPT with our discussions to find out. So I can see some people have already accessed the document to find out how to refine those ideas. So some of them include adding some form of gamification features. So at the end of the day, we are going to see, you're going to be earning points for sticking to your tasks. Like we are going to assign points, badges, all of those things. So we see the members who are actively participating, what they are scoring, how you rank against other participants, and all of those things to make it really cool. Then bring in the concept of study groups where users can create and join study groups. So yeah, something like that. I mean, it's not going to be easy as I can see it, but hey, yeah, up for the challenge. Let's build something. Then eventually to enable other content creators to host their own study sessions. So we'll have to build in some multi-host support. These ones are like features that can come in later, right? So we wouldn't necessarily focus on them right now, but subsequently, these are things that we can look at. Yep, analytics and reporting, a mobile app. Interesting. Maybe by that time, I'll go and learn my yeah, learn my React Native very well to be able to build a mobile version of it. But yeah, so that's the overview of the various features, and I look forward to you all reviewing it and saying or making suggestions. So I went on to do the product description with the help of ChatGPT and coming up with an action plan. These are not like finalized, right? This was just me brainstorming with the help of ChatGPT. Then eventually we'll decide on it. But the focus right now is just on the features. So kindly take a look at it, the features. I may start doing some things under the hood, like start installing the packages, setting up the Express.js app and all. But once all those ones are done, I'll still walk you through how I did those and try and explain those things to you all. I hope you're good. Yeah, exactly. One step at a time, one feature at a time. That's very important. So that's exactly what we're going to do. So right now, the focus will be setting up the basic structure, then working around the user authentication and making you understand the user authentication. Can we highlight the really, really core features? Yeah, so when you're building software, we have what we call the minimum viable product. So in short, it's called an MVP. And anytime you're building a software product, it's ideal to always start with the MVP. Start with the MVP in mind. So this is the minimum viable product. This like for this product to function the way we want it to function, this is the minimum features that we need it to have. Then we'll focus on building that. So here the ones that we've listed as core features are ideally supposed to be the minimum viable ones. Okay, for us, even though because we are leveraging on YouTube, we can uh, push this the question and answers and the reading recommendations on the side. So essentially, what becomes our minimum viable product would be our user authentication. Users need to be able to sign up and log in. Then the dashboard. When you log in, what do you see on your dashboard? Then the fact that you should be able to add your tags and manage your tax. And I think that's the most important part of the accountability that is even leading us to think about creating something like this. So that's then hopefully we'll add the Pomodoro timer to it. But if you look at it critically, it's the first three things that's like the major things that we need for us to have this functioning the way we want it to function. So what I'm going to focus on now is let's just build a user authentication system. So that's all. That will be our first goal, our primary goal. Let's build a user authentication, learn all these things. I don't even mind if it takes us forever. Like at the end of the day, it is about you understanding what is happening and being able to implement similar things in other languages, whichever language you are learning, or I mean using other technologies, but understanding the core principles or concepts behind it. Then once we figure that out, we can now start looking at okay, how do we build our dashboard? And the dashboard is just like an aggregation of, so I think the dashboard may not have to be the second part because it's an aggregation of other things that are happening. So we may have to build those other things and make sure they are available before we now come and build the dashboard. So let's take them one feature at a time. We'll focus on getting user authentication ready. And yeah, I mean that should be like a very quick thing to implement. Like seriously, it should be a very quick thing to implement. But just for you to understand the things that are going to go on, we are going to take our time. I may do some So I'll try do some live, I'll try do some behind the scenes. Then when I come, I'll explain them to you. But at the end of the day, I want you to still see my thoughts process when I'm working on some of these things, and also, yeah, get that kind of experience firsthand and see exactly how it is. I keep saying that a lot of the time, the YouTube videos that you see do not show the whole context, because they would have edited the videos out, right? They would edit it and cut where they had issues, because they have to optimize the video for their time. If you come and watch a video and you see somebody is struggling there, you think they are wasting your time, so you leave and go to another video. So they also have to cut those things away, and it creates the wrong impression. It creates the impression that, oh, when such people are working, they don't face any issues. Then when you begin working and you start facing issues, you start doubting yourself. But that's not the reality. So that's why I prefer the live sessions. Okay. I keep saying that for the videos that I recorded during the ALS program, I could have pre-recorded those videos and just published them instead of coming live. And if I had pre-recorded those videos and published them, they would have been way shorter than those 2 hours sessions that I had. Okay. But I like the challenge of doing it live, letting everybody see, making the mistakes, and letting everybody see how you actually solve the problem. So that's one of the reasons why I would love to do some of these things live, and for you to all see how this thing goes. I hope you are still excited about the prospect of what we're going to be doing. Yep. So that is it. Let's see, turn off my main screen and get back to my whole self again. Okay. Now let me listen to what you are all saying about the project. Yep. Ooh, turn on this inbuilt webcam. Why is it so dark? Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's not easy to do these things live, especially when you have an audience. The funny thing is that, yeah, ChatGPT is there. So ChatGPT would, what it will do is cut down some of the time for us, because ideally we would have just, when you are struggling, you just go to Stack Overflow or check Google, like try to figure out those things out. What I really want to do is to focus on the learning. Okay. So there are some things that I already know, and I wouldn't need things like it wouldn't be difficult for me to implement. There are some things that I don't know, and I would need to learn them to be able to do it. So even when I'm using ChatGPT, it's not necessarily to get the work done, but to augment my knowledge on some of the things. So yeah, we're going to leverage it, and I like the idea of building things live, letting people see. I watched one guy on YouTube. Unfortunately, I do not remember his name, and I saw he had this project that he has built, and I mean he did the tutorial on it. But what he did was that when he was building the actual product, he was streaming live, like for very long. I think more than 12 hours. He was live doing that. Then eventually, when he was done, he now went ahead to create the YouTube channel. Sorry, did I say channel? The YouTube video, which was way shorter. So you see that this person is using, say, 2 hours, 30 minutes to build this whole project. Meanwhile, in real life, it took the person more than 12 hours straight to build it. And you being the magician, you consider yourself, oh, you go and sit down and you want to be able to build it within 2 hours, 30 minutes, because the video was done in 2 hours, 30 minutes. That's illusion. Then when you have spent more than 6 hours on a 2 hours, 30 minutes video, you start complaining. how on earth did this person just use 2 hours 30 minutes, and I have already spent 6 hours? Then you easily give up on that, but that is not the true picture. So yeah, let's get the experience of building life ourselves. And I mean, it challenges you. For me to even wake up and come and say that I'm coming to do something live, I need that mental framework. uh, I need to be well prepared for it, right? Because it's not easy. Hmm. Anyway, sorry. So I always think the best way to learn is to actually dive in and build something. Yeah, that's really good. Learning by failing always works. I think it's the best way to learn. Anyway, so let's go back for another one session, like another session. Um, no, but the funny thing is that this is, I think it's how many? 9 or 10 floors building, and I am at the moment, I am like underground. Right? So my the way my room is, I'm supposed to be on the first floor. Here the system is, I mean, the American system. So the first floor is like the ground floor, right? And the ground floor, when you enter my room, like my suite, you have to descend down to get to my room. So ideally, I am underground, like the least. No, so that's not the last, but when you look at the ground, that's the last. Ideally, there's a car parking beneath it, beneath where I am actually. So I am the ground floor of, what is it called, 10 floors building, and you can see the kind of noise I am experiencing. So, I mean, I think mine is even better because the person who is on the 10th floor, how would the person be feeling this thing? I don't know. And so when I look outside the window, I don't see anything. I don't see anything here. It's only the building on the other side that I will see. So I'm really scared for those out there. As for me, what the impact here is how you feel like the building is shaking, but not so much of the noise. I think those at the top will feel the noise more, but I feel more of the building kind of shaking, and that also makes it scary. If anything, I mean, but we pray that nothing is going to happen. I think this is something they've been doing probably annually. Because when I heard that it was the air show, I just Googled it and I saw, oh, okay, this is what they're actually doing. Because aside that, the planes do not fly in this direction. I don't think I've ever heard them fly in this direction. All right. So yeah, let's go back to work. Try and get some coding done. And yeah, ideally today is my it's a holiday for me. I ideally, and I fixed the problems I needed to fix. So maybe I'll start setting up the environment for developing our project. And yeah, let's when we come back, we'll talk about some of the packages that we're going to use. We may even have to come up with a name for it so that when we are writing the code, we'll use a name and all of that. But let's see. For now, I may have to use a dummy name that we can change anytime, any day. Yep. Catch you all in about 16 minutes for another discussion and maybe a walkthrough of the code that I'm going to write. All right. All the best as you study. Right. I hope. Yeah. Hi. I hope you can hear me. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Break time. Hi, my Willie. Mm. Oh yeah. So I mentioned that I was going to try setting up the basic stuff related, and that is what I was working on. So, sure, if I should, I'm coming. Let me share. Ooh, get to share my screen here. Mm, so, just to give you or like a fair idea of how some of these things are done. So, ideally, in like a software engineering company or a tech company will have different teams working on the different aspects, right? So once we come up with those ideas, would have say the project manager with the assistance of the various team leads brainstorm all the things, the tasks that needs to be done, and break them into sprints depending on the framework that they are using. If say they are using the agile methodology, they will break it down into sprints. But whatever it is, at the end of the day, you'd want to break down the tasks into various aspects and now assign the various developers that are on board to specific tasks. Okay, so that's what you would see in an ideal situation. And I'm just doing it on the fly, documenting it and showing you exactly what is involved and everything. And I want to be doing this, then I'll come and explain what I'm doing to you to showcase exactly what is happening and for you to be able to appreciate them. So this is what I've done so far. I just created the GitHub repo for the project and I said we should decouple it. That means we are going to separate the two. We'll have front end repo separately from the back end repo. So there is the decoupled and there is the monolith where they are all together, they are fused together. So the interesting thing is that when you are using Nest.js, which we are going to be using for our front end, Nest.js is actually a full stack sort of framework for React. Okay, let me go to their site and you see say the React framework for the web, and it allows you to create full stack web applications. So you can build your backend directly in Nest.js as well as your front end, and you wouldn't need an external package to create the back end. They are all together. Okay. But I don't want it like that. I want us to be able to build backend separately and use Nest.js just for the React part. So React.js will, I mean, the library that we can use for the front end would have been like ideal for the project, but Nest.js takes it to another level and it makes it easy to use React to build your front end. And I think not too long ago, the React team is recommending that for production, we should be using Nest.js when you want to build React. So yeah, that's the more reason why we are going with it. But then we are not using it for the full stack application. We are just using it for the front end. So I set up the what is it called? The GitHub repos. So this is the GitHub repo with the installation of Next.js app for the front end. Then this is the GitHub repo for the installation of our Express.js app for the back end. And I've added the links to them in the documents that I shared earlier down there. Then for this document, that's the to do. So let me make this, anyone with link can be a commenter. So you get to see some of the tasks that I've done. So yeah, I have done the front end repo, the back end repo, and I've pushed it. Then I said create a database for the project. So I mentioned earlier that we're going to use MongoDB for the project. And the easiest way, the easiest way to get started with MongoDB is to use MongoDB Atlas database. So I usually do not worry myself setting up MongoDB because I can use, especially when I'm just learning or doing some of these test projects, I just use MongoDB Atlas. So if you would want to try that, that would mean you have to have a MongoDB Atlas account. So you just go to mongodb.com, like, or go just Google it, MongoDB Atlas. Then create an account, and I have a couple of databases in here. So when you select the database, the specific one you're looking for is, I mean, the specific one, you pick the specific one you're looking for, then you choose connect. You come to connect and select the drivers, the connection string. This string ideally should not be shown to anyone. Like, so when I was doing this live, I was a bit worried because if anyone has access to it, they can have like access to your database. But then I realized that my password is not visible in there. So the person would have to be able to get my password to be able to connect to the database. And because this is for testing purposes, I don't really mind. As and when we need to implement it, we are definitely not going to be using this particular database. So yeah, that's how I ended up going to grab this. But eventually, I would be walking you through all of this, like how to do it yourself as well. So the next to do is to come up with a name for the project. For now, I'm working with a dummy name known as SWM, which is like short for Steady With Me, right? And as you can see, when you come to GitHub, I call this SWM front end and I call this SWM back end. So we would have to brainstorm and come up with names for it. Then we can work on that. Then the next thing is to set up the development environment. So that is very important. Anytime you are building any project, you'd want to set up a development environment that you'll be using. I mean, with all the necessary dependencies, packages, libraries, whatever you need installed on that particular environment that you are using. So for the back end, some of the packages that I installed include Node, and sorry, I already have Node installed on my computer, right? So I installed Express, Mongoose, JSON Web Token, and I will be explaining exactly what each of these will be doing. So this, because I know what I need and the packages I need to use the packages I need to use, I just went on to install them. Otherwise, you would have tried or like researching that, okay, I want something like this done. What package should I use? In fact, there are some other things that I may have to figure out which packages we're going to use. For those ones, I don't already know. So as and when we get to those functionalities, I have to figure out what packages we're going to use. Like for instance, notification, whether we are doing push notifications or whatever kind of notifications that we are doing, I have to figure out which packages we are going to be using. And some of the things, the implementation may be in the front end and not the back end. Some other things, the implementation will be in the back end and not the front end. So you'd have to figure out where exactly is this implementation going to take place, and where do you install the package, so that you focus on, say, the notification. Assuming we are using a package that uh, will work in the front end, then we'll need to install that package in the front end. If the notification is focused in the back end, then we have to look for a back end notification package. Yes, and I know there are going to be a lot of other things that we may have to install along the line. And for instance, now on the top of my head, I'm thinking about it, and I can see that we'll need a node mailer to help us send out emails to people, like email notifications and the like. So yeah, at least this was just focused on getting the basic structure ready, at least for today. And this is what I was able to do in 60 minutes, even though I had some issues here and there. If the more you do these things, the faster they become. So I wasn't too sure of what I wanted to do, so I had to think through some of them. But if it is something you do regularly, you should be able to do all of these in way less time. Then create what is it, the readme file. So that's very important. At least if you are in ALS, or you've been in ALS, you know that you can never go creating a repo without thinking about the readme file. In fact, it's the first thing you should do. Otherwise, the checker is going to punish you for. Yeah. So that is done. Then the .env file. So with the .env file, I created it for both the front end and the back end. One thing about the okay, yeah, let me mention the get ignore file, and this is one of the important files as well to guide what should be pushed to GitHub and what should not be pushed to GitHub. Okay, so I needed to create that as well. Where's VS Code? VS Code. VS Code. Yeah. So you take a look at it, and here some of these things I usually do not waste my time writing them myself. Like, I went online to look for the node.getignore file, like on Google, and I found this, so I just copied that and used it. Okay, but you have to make sure it includes every other thing you want to exclude. Otherwise, you have to add it in there. When I went through it, includes every one of them, so I just ignored it like that. When you take the front end part, it already comes with the dots. When you install Next.js, it comes with the dots git ignore file. But then one thing I've observed, based on the last time I worked on a Next.js project, is that this .env file doesn't come in here. It is .env asterisk .local. So if you have .local on it, then it's not going to push it. But if you have just .env, it's going to push it to GitHub. So you have to explicitly add it. What I'm saying is this wasn't there originally. So if I had it this way and I pushed my code to GitHub, it would have pushed my .env file. But you never want to push .env file. The reason is that the .env file contains like secrets, keys, and API keys, some passwords, like all those things that are private and you don't want other people to access. You keep those ones in the .env file. So very important. What I have done here is that I've created a file called example.env file. Break over. I've created a file here called .example.env, and all this file is doing is I'm going to be using to keep track of the kind of things that I'm putting in the .env. I'll not put the exact values in there because I'm going to push this online. This means that if somebody else clones my project, they will have an idea of what my .env file actually looks like. Then they will put in their own keys or all those things that they need to put in. But I won't put my own .env file in there. Yeah, I mean, it's just a quick overview of what I have done so far. And I created the Express.js app to see if I'll be able to turn on the server. And now, as you can see, it says server started successfully on port 5000. And that was because I wrote the code to console log that server started successfully if everything works fine. So the next step is for me to connect to the database and making sure that the database, I'm able to connect directly to the database, then create the project directory. So these are the two things I would like to do today to end, like today. And that means I am done with what I decided to do today. So, like in a real world, this is something, say you went to work, they've given you these tasks, and you start doing them and checking them off like that. Okay. So, yeah, now let's have our chat. What's good? Ooh, let me get rid of this and get rid of let's main screen this. Okay. All right. Okay. So, yep. What's up? What do you all think about the project? At least we're about to end today's session. I'll try my best to do the database connection and create the at least the directory structure for front end has automatically been created, but for the back end I'll have to create it myself. So I'm going to create the structure for the back end before I close for the day. Then we'll continue some other time on that. But I'm going to take my time to explain these things for you. I just need the bare bones up and running. And now, because these what I've done so far is like routine. When you're about to build any Express.js app, these are the things you do. When you're about to build any Next.js app, these are the things you do. So that's routine. And once you learn that, it will be with you forever. Okay. So MongoDB Atlas seems interesting. Can it be used like Firebase? I think Firebase has a lot of use. Personally, I haven't used Firebase before, but then I've read about it and the various uses that you can use it for. So if you are talking about just the database aspect, yes, it's just like Firebase. But then MongoDB Atlas is essentially just MongoDB, but available in the cloud as a service for your use. So this is a concept known as, I think it's the same thing that Firebase is in terms of the database. So we'll call it database as a service that is being made available to you. So yeah, I think that's what I can say about that. Tracy says, "Oh wow." So yeah, I hope this whole project is going to be fun. I know very well that once you do not fully understand these things, right, it's going to be challenging for you to understand every bit of code that I write, but that shouldn't be your goal. Your goal should be you seeing what actually goes in there and trying to understand some of the concepts. It makes it easier when eventually you want to learn it. Okay, so don't force yourself to like understand every line of code that I write. No, like it wouldn't make sense. That's why I didn't wait for you all to see me typing. I mean, I tried to stream that aspect, but I wasn't talking through how I was doing it and all, because now you have to focus on the things that you are learning and make sure you're learning it. But what I'm going to do is just explain the various things that come together, what is required, what it takes to build something like this. Like, let you have a full idea of the software development life cycle, how it is like practically, so that as soon as you start doing your own things, this thing seems familiar. Like, oh, I've seen this before. Yeah, this thing means this. Yeah. So you can equally use this code in other projects. Okay. So I'll try my best to explain the code. Don't worry. But the point I'm making is, don't be caught up on the code itself. That say you didn't understand a particular line of code, or you I think the mistake a lot of people do is you're trying to memorize the code that somebody else is written, or you just copy and paste exactly that and say, hey, I've also built a project. I mean, I've made the repositories public, and those of you who have access to the documents have access to the repository. I don't mind adding every one of you who is interested as a contributor to the project. But the goal is not for you to just go and brag somewhere that I have done this when you don't even understand. The goal is for you to understand how these things are done, and understand how they play out practically, like in a real world scenario that we have taken up right now. So that as soon as you start learning those things, like even the small bits, like creating, how do you create a server and all of those things, it now begins to, like, how do you create a web server, those basic things, they start making sense. Okay. So Marilla says, what about authentication? Does MongoDB at last support it? No, so it doesn't have that kind of inbuilt authentication that you can do with Firebase. And as I said, I haven't used Firebase before, but I've read about it, so I know you can use Firebase for authentication, but we don't have that in MongoDB Atlas or MongoDB. So what we're going to be doing is, I mean, MongoDB is just Atlas is just an online version of MongoDB itself, and all they are is just database. So think of it like the way we say MySQL. Okay, so MySQL is a relational database. MongoDB is a non-relational database. It is what they call BSIN, or like JSON like structured database. So it's a document, yeah, I think document based database, sort of. So that is all it is. And for our authentication in the back end, we are going to be using something called JSON Web Token. So it was one of the packages that I installed, if you saw it, JSON Web Token. And I'll explain what it is and how we're going to use it. Essentially, it's just going to tokenize specific data and try and compare. Anytime somebody logs in, try and compare the tokens, verify the tokens if they are valid and if they contain the data we expect them to contain before it gives them access. So we're going to do that. One tricky thing which I haven't tried before, I mean, using the JSON Web Token on the front end, mostly I can pass it out to the front end guys for them to store it in the local storage, but then I've heard that it's not the safest way to do it. So we should mostly use server side cookies. And I haven't tried that before. So I'm excited to try it to see how that goes. Yep. So Tracy says, this is all new to me. Hope I'll be able to grasp a lot of the concept. Yeah, so that's what I was saying. You wouldn't necessarily need to understand every little bit of it, okay? But appreciate what goes on, how these things are done, like not the nitty gritties, like the code that you wrote. After some time, when you come back to it, they will all make sense. All right, but don't beat yourself now. Just know, okay, oh, okay. So when they are building something like this, like right now, I've shown you the kind of things that I did to start a project. So to start a project like this, mostly you are not the only one. Even if you are the only one, it's always best to use version control. So I started thinking about creating, like the first thing was, okay, let's get our GitHub repository set up. Okay. And I said we are going to separate both of them. So I'm just showing you typically what you'll be thinking about when you are implementing some of these projects. And those are the things I want you to pick, especially those of you who are totally new to this. Those are the things I want you to pick from the lessons. Okay, not the code itself. Trust me, you would learn and master this code with time. Your uncle's code. Your username is very funny. Your uncle's code. Whose uncle? My uncle. Did my uncle write code? Yeah, it says boss. Hi, your uncle's code. I think this is the first time I'm seeing you in the chat. You woke up and happy to have you join us. I don't know if I know you or I don't know you, but your uncle's code seems interesting. So I'm happy to connect with you. Uh Marilla says really interested in how you created the ExpressJS app. I guess that is still coming too. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it's very simple, and if you do back end in ALS specialization, I think you are going to be introduced to it. But it's just was very simple. I mean, let me see if I can bring up the main screen again. Ooh, bring up my main screen. Okay, so let's see. So as you can see on my screen, just this page, this this page. So essentially, what? Let me get rid of the ones that are not required. Yeah. So essentially, what is happening here is this: to create the uh, server, all I needed is so I'm showing you that I can literally get rid of all of these things. So this all just this oh this thing is broken. Okay, it's broken because of this. I mean ports 5,000. Yeah. So as you can see, the server is also started, even though I've commented out the rest of the code. So essentially saying, hey, let's require that this is more like if you are using Python, you say import. Okay. So you are requiring the ExpressJS package. And remember, I've installed these packages. So you can see from here, there are dependencies that have been installed. So you can only require something if you have added it to your dependency or it is an inbuilt model that's available for you to require. Okay, so I have Express installed here. This is the version 4.18.2. So all I did was to require that particular one and assign it to the variable Express. Then the next thing you need to do is to create an instance of the ExpressJS app. So I'm trying to comment the code as much as possible so that it becomes easy. And this is how you create an instance of it. You could call it anyway, but conventionally it has been called app. Like the instance is usually called app so that it's easy to use and for everyone else to understand. So you just go ahead and say constant of app is equal to the express, then you are creating an instance of it. So with your parentheses, and you go ahead and assign a port for the app to listen on. And once that port is set up and available, you go ahead and do whatever you want to do. So here, the app.listing will take what we call a callback. That's like, it's like this, okay, followed by a function. So there's supposed to be a function here. So all that I've deleted is actually a function. But in JavaScript, you have different ways of writing functions. So this is one way of writing a function. And when you pass one function to another function, it's called a callback function. So when this executes, the next thing is for it to go ahead and execute this other function in here. And so if you hear callback in JavaScript, no, in programming, that's the concept we are talking about. And here I just created a callback to say, if this is successful, you should go ahead and console log this. So put or print this in the console. Okay, so those of you who are just doing C, you would know that you use print, or yeah, printf to print out things. In JavaScript, we commonly use console.log to log the details into the console. Okay, so that is exactly what is happening here. And just these 3 or 5 lines that we have here makes up the server that I have created. Okay, funny enough, I when I started learning these things, I only focus on like Express. So I didn't learn much about Node.js itself. And recently, I started reading more into Node.js and how to create the server without using Express. And it was also pretty straightforward. You could, there are inbuilt node models that you can use to create the server yourself without using Express. But that one requires a lot more code than when you are using Express. So yeah, that is one of the things. Ooh, let me get rid of this. Okay. Yep. I think this thing should be off. It's stealing away the natural light. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah. So JS on the back end. Yeah, exactly. I mean, right now, that's why for me, I'm trying to master JavaScript to become like that. That should be my primary tech stack. So the tech stack we are using right now is what I want to be my primary tech stack. I learn every other thing in addition to this, but primarily use the JavaScript tech stack, what we call the main stack. So MongoDB, Express.js, React.js, and Node.js. That becomes the tech stack that I want to focus on to use primarily for most of my projects. Then I'll learn all those other ones, Python, flags. I even started learning Django some time back, but I started a simple project with it and I stopped. So if need be, then I can learn any of those other ones. But for now, I want to be focusing on this. And one of the coolest reason is that I get to use JavaScript for everything, like front end, back end, like almost everything done with JavaScript. And I think that is really cool. Yep. So, where is everybody else? Where are you all hiding? Yep. Any questions? Please go through the doc. Then let's make suggestions tomorrow. So tomorrow I'll request for your suggestions. So when you went through the doc, what are some of the things that you need clarity on? Let's discuss it so that I can write out completely all the features that we want to have in there, and try playing around some of the with some of the things, right? We do hard things. So if it is not challenging, we are not going to do it. We want to do things that are challenging. So yeah, think outside the box and let's do things outside the box and gain the requisite experience. Right. See, I think I wanna hook up a little Menstack app after the stream just to see how it works. Interesting. Just to set up the what's Navy? Oh, okay, EMV. Oh, okay. I mean, EMV. Apart from no, even Flax app. Don't yeah, you should be able to use EMV with Flax. I think the last time I was. Oh, am I dreaming? Yeah, I think so. I think you should be able to create an EMV file. So EMV is just you creating environment variables, and at least if you've done Bash in ALS, I think we were taught environment variables in there. How you're able to create variables in Node. So there is I don't know whether it's called a model. Is a model? But when I was these things didn't like they didn't make so much sense to me earlier, but now when I started reading the books about Node, they started making sense. So I read about I don't know if they call I can call those things models. No, I don't think they are models. Whatever they are called, like process. So I started reading about process and now I understood, oh, when you print out the properties of process, you see that there is a property called EMV. So if you saw in the code, I wrote process.env.port, and that gives me the value of that. So it goes into the operating system to grab the environment variables of the operating system. So the process that is currently running, there are some environment variables that are associated with it. Okay, and you are looking specifically when you say process.env.port, you are looking specifically for the port, like the environment variable called port. So it goes to pick that one. I was like, oh, okay. I mean, I've been writing this thing for a while, but I didn't really understand how it was able to get that. So the environment variables are just they are variables on your computer. If you have even done the shell project, I think that is like one big thing that you needed to know when you were working with path, environment variable path, very important. So yeah, and it's very essential. So what you are doing is that you have like some secret values, passwords, keys, API keys. Like, so for instance, if I want to use OpenAI API, hmm, I thought these people have finished. Anyway, so if you want to use OpenAI API to do anything, you'd have to go and get the secret keys. Okay, those secret keys, if I get access to those secret keys, I can use your account. So you don't want anybody to get access to it. However, you still need them in your code. So in order not to expose those keys in your code, what you're going to do is you're going to add them as a variable in your computer. So that's what we call an environment variable. You add those secret keys, a password. For instance, if you are doing something with GitHub, okay, you need your personal access token. But you know very well that if somebody gets access to your personal access token, it's like the password, and they are going to use it to access your account and have access to private repositories that you don't want other people to have access to. Okay, so what you do is that you save these as, now I believe if you are into programming you would understand what a variable is. So you save them in variables, but these variables are in your computer. They are only present on your computer. So for somebody to have access to them, they need your computer. Okay, But even though they are inside your computer, to be able to use them in your application that you are writing or the code that you are writing, you create a file called .env. That's if you are using Node, that's the easiest way to go about it. You create a file called .env and you put those things in there. Those, so if I say port is equal to 5,000, all I'm saying is that in my environment there should be a variable called port, and mostly the convention is to use capital letters for the naming. So you see that I've used capital letters for that. The environment variable port will have the value 5,000. That means anytime I want to change the port, I'll go to just the environment variable to update the port number there. And that is how essential it is. But because you'll be using keeping passwords there, you don't want to ever push your .env file to GitHub. Very important. I made that mistake when I was working with my team with the on the OpenAI API, not knowing that Next.js, we thought it was because there was a get ignore file, we thought it wasn't picking the env file. But as I showed you earlier, if it is not env.local, it's going to pick it because you've not excluded it in there. We had no idea, so we pushed the code. Then OpenAI will automatically disable that key that you have when it's exposed. I didn't know why they disabled the key. Then I created another one. It's like you've built the thing, is working. The next time you want to demonstrate it to somebody else, it is not working. And you realize that no, the problem is coming from the key. And I didn't know why. Like I tried, I think on like the third time, that's when I realized, oh, it's been disabled from OpenAI. I didn't do that. And I'm the only one who has access to that account. So how did this happen? Then I didn't pay much attention. Like I overlooked it, tried again. It happened again. Then I started reading around this. I realized that, oh, OpenAI will automatically disable that if they find out that it has been publicly displayed. Okay. Maybe some other person has gotten access to it, so they will block it. And that's how it made me go back to GitHub to check. And I saw, oh, the .env file has been pushed to GitHub. And all my other colleagues, we were working remotely on the same project. They all had it, which was good. But then even when I removed it, someone else was also pushing it. So we're getting the same issue, and we had to consolidate everything, merge the main branch, and make sure that the current branch that we are all going to be pulling from does not have the .env file before we were able to solve that problem. So now I'm very conscious about it, because if somebody had gotten access to that file, in fact, the repo was public. The repo was public. So that means that if somebody had gone into that code or cloned that code or forked it, they probably would have gotten access to my uh, secret keys to the OpenAI API. And by the time you realize, they would be billing you for something you know nothing about. So that's how important it is to make sure that you're not pushing your .env file to to GitHub. Very important. It shouldn't be public anytime, any day. Yep. Says today's stream was really amazing. I learned a ton of things. I'm really glad to hear that. I mean, I think that's the essence of the stream. And for at least today was a holiday for me, so I could make time in the course of the session to do this. On a regular day, I wouldn't be using my work hours to write these codes. So if we want to do exactly what I did today, it may be after the 2 p.m. time, which is right now is after 2 p.m., right? So yeah. But I look forward to having more of such discussions, especially during our break times and explaining some of these things, what's actually happening out there. Because sometimes I feel that when we are trying to learn things and we don't know what expected, it becomes very difficult to keep up or even wonder why you need to learn particular things. But now, when you begin to see these things, like, okay, I saw this guy do this thing. Oh, so this is the reason why he did this that last time. Then it starts. Your brain would have seen it now. Doesn't make so much sense, but eventually the connections will start being established. And that means the first time you start learning these things wouldn't be the first time. There will be some like memory of it somehow. So your brain will be able to connect those dots and it will make much more sense to you. All right. Any questions before we end the stream for today? And I'll try to finish up the structure, as I said, the directory structure and also the database connection. I'll try and finish that. So let's see. Any questions? Any other concern? If you're on the stream and I haven't heard from you yet, especially today. Today I think we are yet to see Ritimi around. And who else? Uh Stevens. We didn't see Stevens too. So you see, this is one of the more reasons why I want us to have the platform. Oh, Rutimi is here. You see, right now that I'm marking register. You are now registering your present. I should have marked you absent already. Yeah, I mean thanks for joining anyway. Yeah, I'm happy to see you here. Yeah, exactly. Alex, I've forgotten. He said his real name was I've forgotten. So you see, like it's supposed to be a family, a community, and we check up on one another. We create that sense of accountability, and I think for me, I've already maintained the fact that that is the number one reason why I've been able to do what I've been able to do so far. Okay, like being accountable to the public and knowing very well that I need to show up. If I don't show up, people are going to ask questions. And that keeps me going all the time, no slacking. So that's exactly what we are going to be doing. And now, if we have like the list of the attendees, every time we can start checking up on ourselves, I mean, connect with one another and have that sort of discussion. So, yeah, thanks, Ritimi, for joining. And yeah, so I don't really know. Marilla, do you remember the name? Because I remember I saw one person join on Discord with the video on, but I don't know the person. And it's Patrick? Oh, okay, cool. So, Patrick, wherever you are, we are looking for you. Show up. I mean, that day I think I couldn't pay attention to Discord. So, and even today, I didn't even check Discord. So, yeah. Anyway, looking forward to us being able to maybe I should have uh like a file somewhere where you all register your presence for the time being and emails as well. So anyway, let's talk about that tomorrow. Israel says great job, dog. Software engineer and MHI. Just wow, I'd be here always, especially this period when I'll be starting my shell project tomorrow. I'm in. You're welcome, Israel, to join in the family. So yeah, I mean, we are happy to have you here. And essentially, what we are trying to do is just have that kind of community where we motivate ourselves to keep doing things, to keep learning new things, right? And preparing ourselves for the future. So I think last week, one of the tweets I put out there is that the best way to prepare for the future is to build that future that you want. Like whatever future you want, you can start building it right now. Yeah, you're software engineers. That's like the most interesting part. Like I think the joy I take in being a software engineer is the fact that when I discover a problem and I think about a solution, I don't have to wait for somebody to build that solution. Like I can just jump in and start building. Like what we are about to do right now. You found a problem. You say, assuming you have no idea about software engineering, what are you going to do? Just sit there and wait and pray till somebody builds that kind of solution for you to use. But as a software engineer, hey, I mean, if we want, we can even start leveraging no code tools to do this. But then the point is not necessarily even to get a solution, but then the learning and enjoying enjoying the process of doing it. So we got to go for it. So yeah, and all the best, Israel, in your what is it called shell project. Please, Marilila, why, why, why are you doing that? The best on that hell of a project, please. It's a shell, not hell. It's a shell. Allow him. Yeah. So Israel, all the best in that project. I know it's not easy. Like it's really not easy. It takes a lot. And so now people reach out to me and say, when will you write part 5 of your blog series? Like, you guys, I've forgotten everything I wrote there. Please allow me to enjoy my Node.js and JavaScript now. When I'm tired of Node.js and JavaScript, I'll start thinking about C. At least Tracy said C is fun. So maybe when I'm tired of JavaScript, I'll join Tracy to enjoy C. Anyway, so thank you all for joining. Happy that you choose to spend your precious time with me. Like it's something I don't take for granted, and I really appreciate you all. Even though you may see that I'm the one doing you a favor, but I totally also think that you are all helping me in a lot of ways that I couldn't imagine. And one of the key things is that with you all being here and engaging with me, I am focused on getting things done. So I really appreciate your time. The other thing too is that at least this is remote work. We all dream about having remote works, but then it has its own downsides. Like right now, when I wake up, I'm in my room till like close, like locked in my room. Imagine it's as if you are in prison. Even though I can go and roam around, like if I have a portable setup, but then my setup is really here. So it's quite challenging, but having you all on the stream feels like, oh, I'm working with you all, even though unfortunately I don't get to see your faces. Maybe you should try and start showing your faces more so that I can get to see your face. um it's always a pleasure to have you join me on the stream, and I really look forward to tomorrow that we'll continue. Please allow Israel. No, you people don't disturb him. He says anything important I need to know. No, Israel, don't mind them. I think you know everything you need to know for the project. Say thank you all. Wishing you an amazing day or evening, depending on wherever you are. Let's do this again tomorrow. Yeah, we'll go again tomorrow. You all should change the name from Simple Shell. It's unsimple. Please, it's simple. Marilla, please. It's not simple hell. It's simple shell. It is very simple. Go ahead and tackle it for us. Anyway, thank you, and let's catch up tomorrow. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. or some minutes prior to 9 a.m. EDT. So that's like 1 p.m. GMT. So try and convert it to whichever time zone that you are in, and we'll yep, be here around that time. Obviously, tomorrow is Tuesday. I have a lot of meetings on Tuesday, but we'll still meet. So catch you all tomorrow, God willing. Bye bye for now. I didn't do my salutation. No. Bye bye for now. Yes, I like that. I like that even though I'm not in the army.